Hey, you're alive. When I dragged a phone, maybe? I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are? Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember? It does look like you took a pretty hard blow to the head. You're just lucky you've been given a second chance. Which is why I feel terrible for what I'm about to say, but I have a favor to ask. There are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured, or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him? If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please? Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy, What do you want to know? He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is. You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber. What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me. Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al... Great. Thank you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten. All knowledge of it lost. except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth. To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options: death, and that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? No idea what you're talking... You know, not... We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me. It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the Empire are you from, exactly? But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this. Live by our law here, and we'll... Not laws, law. There's just one, the Golden Rule, and the punishment for breaking it's kind of... But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the Forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy.
Hey, Horatius. How's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work. I'm a stoic, remember?
If the old man couldn't even keep his own daughter safe, how can anyone trust him to keep us safe, eh?
Why do I get the feeling you lot had something to do with Centilla's disappearance?
That's it. Blame everyone but yourself.
If I find out you did something to that poor, sweet girl, not even the Golden Rule is gonna protect you. Got it?
As if I'll be afraid of you, little man. Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment, it being election day. Her name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me. Too bad. I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him... Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is... Dunno. Just Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius can't even protect his own daughter, how can we trust... Listen, I don't abduct women. They come to me. And they keep coming. You don't know Sturkus. When Malleolus wins the election, yeah? This place will change. You won't even want... I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is... We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem. Whatever.
Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs? What now? I'm a legionary of the First Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate... I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. I also keep a register of new arrivals. I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow. Of course. What business is that? A lot of people have been looking for her. But it's been 3 weeks, and we've found... No, it's not that. We all care for Sen, but I learned long ago not to dwell on things beyond, but I don't want to seem obstructive. Santilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. I admit, if anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malleolus, Claudia, or Domitius. But none of them will tell me anything. You might first... Fine. Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is, and all, unfortunately, I don't think my vote... See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery, and intimidation. The man's a savage, but he's a gladiator, so people... This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But... I try... Hey, if you think you can do better, be my guest. But I won't hold my breath. In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat. Can't ask for much more than that. I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But to bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested. All right. Please keep an eye out for it.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who. A curious name to match a curious accent. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our... And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no... Nor could I. But the reason for this, if even one person commits... You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, from what we can gather, breaking the law and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have. And now it seems that all that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Unless you and I can stop the... I know that's a lot to take in. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to... The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem. Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you cut? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. What reason could you possibly have to suspect? I'm glad. Ah, so you know about that. That was over 3 weeks ago, and whatever happened to her, still, if you happen to find her... You mean you couldn't speak Latin before you arrived? But the gods are active here, and their temples and shrines hum. Perhaps when Proserpina brought you here, she planted the seed. Indeed. If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem if you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to... Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No, but beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire, and we must honor the peace of the gods. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that... I'm glad you agree. The key things to remember are that we have laws forbidding treason and blasphemy, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson and so on. I have made my pronouncement. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous. I would be keeping a close eye on... You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable... And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the... 2,000 years? Please, tell me, in your time, what did you see? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times. All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means one. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me. Well, I suppose that's... Ah, good. Wonderful. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you... Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. It seems like some... you've returned. Of course, what is it? It looks like you'll have to continue your investment. Thank you. If you're snooping around in my possessions, you're wasting your time.
Whatever are you wearing? Oh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced proper. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed? Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive. Now, remind me, why we have... Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister... Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Sent... I don't know. Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she... You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as... It was 3. We went into our rooms. I went to... I think so, yes. But she was very careful about... Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery. I don't know. All I know is... That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her. So he's letting Horatius do the heavy lifting. Why? Because I'm on this couch and not paced? I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased. If you must know, I'm here because my father has forbidden me from leaving the villa. I couldn't bear to lose you too, he says, as if he loves me. So you're... Oh, you should probably take a look through her room. It's the one just by the front door. Thank you. What have you discovered? What? Really? I swear, I searched her room top to bottom, but it's odd. It was only a few months ago that Sentilla's friend Yulia let slip she was planning an escape of her own. And yet, Yulia's still here. You should go and speak with her. Find out if she knows anything.
Citizen. Ask. Good.
Fresh meat, huh?
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind. What now? All right.
A new face. Arve, and may Vesta watch over you. Oh my. I take it people are quite direct. I suppose it's quite charming. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply... What is your story? Oh, hurry. Let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you... You know, I'm not entirely sure. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. Have you spoken with any of the others? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember. I know. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you. Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers. And then, she withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. But she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of... But there is a small chance that I just don't want to see that Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the... Keeping an eye on things, Horatius?
As always, priestess.
Any news about Centilla, Navia, or Kabash?
No sign of any of them, I'm afraid.
How'd you do? Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little... Terrible shame what happened to Yulia, but we just have to carry on. You mean, how did I end up here? All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing through a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done. The girl? Weren't you listening? All my valuables or the girl? I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin. I couldn't agree more. I mean, sure, I'd lost a few thousand denarii, but I've already made it back, and this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to... Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he ever... Not. It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one... Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need... No need to decide on anything yet. Just sleep. Very well.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our... And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most... Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching. And such a curious this. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of the... And never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me. And now you have me more intrigued than before. But since it appears you do not wish to share, I will wait until we are better. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? My story? How kind of you to ask. You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting shop? I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our head. Oh, if we all end up as golden statues for future generations to marvel at. I don't know about you, but I would like to look my best. A good question. A very good question indeed. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling in. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my... Of course. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a... I went to find firewood for his campfire. Anything you... Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus. If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who avoid doing what you would blame others for. Regrettably, I think you are, for even if 99% of us adopt this principle, sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone. It is not all bad, my friend, because it is this fragile. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing. That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way. Nothing can...
Make sure you stay away from that empty... Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. You arrived on a sad day, friend. What with Julia's death? Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. Let's help out with repairs and try to stop. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering, with a very practical... It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please. Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds, but there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine... Well, or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans. Who really built this place? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came... You mean the Great Temple? Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built... Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains, so we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And unless somebody figures out a way... Of course. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's... My vote isn't for sale, if that's... Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my... And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of... So I hid who I was for... What was it? Nearly 10... But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk. Nice of you to say, but in any case, the Romans are far more or at least I thought that was the case. It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could... If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one... Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and that he... If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and... What? Really? I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. Come back.
How'd you do? Ah. I don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw something. She was headed to the baths not long ago.
Very well.
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. Real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. You have to do something. Are you serious? Are you going... Thank... I have to hide. What? Why? All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful. What?
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know? thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now.
Curse you, cultist.
You there! I'm sorry to trouble you. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old... And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use, but I would like to propose a joint... Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues? Well, between you and me, I found an old scroll from years ago. Hastily wrote that when the golden rule is broken, statues spring to life all over the city, wielding golden bows and begin firing golden arrows at the inhabitants. Supposedly, one or two of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, with the ability to transmute organic matter into gold. Well, and even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, half of... Oh, I'm not suggesting we use such a bow on people. There's no profit in breaking the gold. Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on... Now, I have a plan. But first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana? No problem. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a gold and it and would you like to guess what she's holding? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking, you know what. Oh, gods no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead with... No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden... Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger? So, are you in, partner? Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer. This is a quality weapon. And here we are. Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it. A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in, and until you give me my bow, you... No, technically, I never said that. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical... Oh, I do... Not a very effective threat, is it? See, your first problem is, your second problem is the golden rule. Wait, the bow, now. I would reconsider my position quickly, but you're stuck in there with a horn. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man. Let's find out.
You're not supposed to be here.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in my beloved Galatea. After I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my childhood, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my fellow charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea came to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper, your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work. Beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls is not aware of their suffering and torment. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodami to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear... And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and Look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. And do you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me. Liar! I locked in, and now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started what's so special about... What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound, but now that I think about it, they were all benevolent, but if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body... Wait! I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard... Liar! You tried to steal her away from... Give me one good reason why... What? Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us? So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh gods, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought. It's the air. Coming into contact with her flesh. At least that way she'd be golden again. And we'd be together. It's too late. There's nothing you can do. What? How? Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can I imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the... But you did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. I swear I will never harm her again. I'll stay here to keep her company. But These poor souls. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our barb. Here's the key I promised you. It opens a chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I believe there are a few things in there which may be useful to Lucretia. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. Go.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing. That's good. If you're not on edge, you've not been paying attention. But on the bright side, once you've been here a few months, it's fine anyway. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent, but long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome, we were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart.
Ulpius, no!
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like... Come back.
I hope you're coping. I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors, but if you're if that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until God... I hope it... Oh.
Ah. It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolo. Why do you ask? As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but as you wish. You can, assuming they're I'm responsible for announcing it and make all of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless... Well, you're not a... But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to... Sir, come...
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored. And now I make this solemn My first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration. I hereby announce a day of celebration. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes.
I'm not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business could you... My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I am receiving strange men in private. I think it's about to be broken if you don't. The dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that horse. Well, Demetrius! Do I need to...
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me? Of course not. But as I always say, if Sentius can't protect his daughter, how can we trust him to protect this city? Look, if you're trying to find her, you may wish to check the cisterns beneath this villa. Domitius says he saw a body there some weeks back. Of course, just to be clear, I take no responsibility for what happens to you. My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different... And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to... Well, I am not suffering from any delusions. Unlikely, because... I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the... I'm glad you asked. I'll find a These good people have suffered long enough. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule. It's a children's fable exploited by Wait. The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the... Why? What? I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving... Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read, as if a lie... True, but that is simply... I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together for... Are you insane? Why would I withdraw? You are acting very strangely. I trust you can... Through the door this time? There's a key just beside it.
What? She's not here. Had to carry her to Lucretia's clinic this morning. Shrine of Apollo. She was acting sick. Faking it, if you ask me. Tip. Whatever.
Greetings and salutations. Hello. This is troubling, is it not? I am afraid I have no idea. It is ridiculous. But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graffiti on his shop front last night. Perhaps you should ask her about it. I hope that our paths...
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's. Ave again.
Greetings and salutations.
And did you notice anything? Oh, keep asking people how they wound up here. I don't... Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind, and dictates we should be sure. Yes, you should ask the others first. I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're at... Come.
Shiny. You... An accident? So, I do have a question, though. That shrine, the one I was... I don't understand... Oh, I see. I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. That was really clever. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Fabia. Sorry I was a bit frantic. Oh, there's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got... My pa had just arranged a husband for me. A fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came... I spent the next week in bed, Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white roost. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I... Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor. It's nice of you to say, but you should save your sympathy. Lots of people here need it more than I do. What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not? Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our... My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes. And Virgil makes sure these old walls don't fall down. Well, he... I'm just saying, there are worse places. Well, I can tell from your funny accent you're not from around here. Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this'll help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises out. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I called out to them, but they just turned. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of three people. Horatius, Domitius or Rufius. All right.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's. Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. No, now it's fine. Sure, what? How did you know that? Yes, she did mutter something about... Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule and... Hemlock, I haven't seen her in months. She's not allowed to leave Malleolas's villa, and they are quite secretive. Gladly. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat her with resin of silphium, a rare plant, and I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and that'll be 1,000 denarii. There was no way I could afford that. Then that toad shrugs and says, supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly. Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here with the gold. So all I could do is come back here and just... And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just... Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that Genetricum Fututo and scratching his eyes out. Then you'd better get me that silk.
Many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Everybody, hide!
They're turning us to gold.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? I don't think so. Oh. Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be fun. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take... But don't... Oh. All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. I'll go.
That's quite an impression. Interesting. I'm not sure. Yes, I understand many of our friends were carried here by a What else? They'll keep asking. Livia, come back to me.
Another one fresh out of the baths. I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. Oh. Yes.
We're fine. Is that a... Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned. Now, I assume you've sought me out again for... Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper way to... Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial... It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you. So, I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, they're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running to... They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it. losing its footing. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here. I went looking for my horse and discovered that... Very well. Thank you. I'll...
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind. What is it, citizen? What? Absolutely not. All right? All right?
What are you doing in here? She needs... No. I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the... Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not until she suddenly lost all interest. This changes everything, she kept saying. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, and then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem. A real thorn in the... One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are in... He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off, and I worry he'll end up losing his temper. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him. Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you. Let me know how... Feeling all right? Oh, I see. Willowbark. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. Thank you. Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but there was one other person who claimed but that was Nevia. Anything? A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it, but snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off. I wish some people here need proper medical care. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you, but I'm out of my depth and dangerously... All right.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. What business is... Willowbark. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been in a lot of... It was too much. started messing with my head. I
Can't talk long. Families from Seleucia and Tigris. Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads.
because we're all in grave danger. Not sure. I was fighting with the 6th against Parthians in the east. Only it was the rheumatism. Relentless. Unending. So I started thinking, what if, in the next battle, I just didn't try as hard? Next battle came. And all I remember is this bloody great savage coming toward me, and then nothing. I woke up by the river. Some strange man in an eagle headdress. Are you calling me a liar? I've just opened up to you and you're doubting me.
Arve again. And did you... yes, I also had such an encounter. What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what... Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest? And did you... I see. And... because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the bar. But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Salve. You're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it. Only, I think I know who that stranger is. Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can. That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where but it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fit. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead, meeting a grim ferryman named Charon. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and you say you saw a young... And I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an... But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your path... Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always... But that never made any sense to me. What doesn't... In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's rambling. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra, and Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. And finally, Aeneas was able to guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is... And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the Golden Rule. We know that, thanks to the... That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even... As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are... Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means. So, if you want to confront him, who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence, but first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from it. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, if you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques. It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple. You'll find them all over Rome. But of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style. Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques. Roman, Greek, Egypt. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. But perhaps finding the... Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it, and there's only one group of people I know of who might... There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true... They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religion. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, but I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that. I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to... But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so... Perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his... All Romans try to avoid saying it. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Shh! It's That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden... As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. But it looks as if you could recover and... As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know, it's said, the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. If the stories are true, the problem is, how do we communicate with her without being Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across... Truly? And you'll only bring... Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were... Can you tell me more? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whisper. Tell me, has she told you anything? That is strange. There are no rivers here. Right, because the current flows into the city through the aqueduct and into the upper system. I vaguely recall wondering what was in there, but the door at the back of the great temple is locked up. You might be able to get a key from the magistrate, but if that doesn't work, perhaps you can find another way in. Let me know if you find anything in there. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would... In any case, may Fortuna go...
How'd you do? Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious... Are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun too long, you see? Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price. Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand. Hear what? She claimed the statues were whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace but I digress. Oh. Pleasure doing business. Very well.
Feeling all right? Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did. All right. Well, thanks again for helping remove the thorn from the lion's paw.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you? You stay away from my money! Oh, do us all a favor and drink.
Ixion, just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, but it does not notice the crowds that... The bloodless shadows wander without flesh. Some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others fall... There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. Help me, Say it. Speak its name. Then it is... I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. I will do... There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis had, as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depth. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders.
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink. Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
Citizen? You... I think it's best if... You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly arrived non-citizen with access to our water? I'm sorry, but that is simply... Yes, our water supply. From you. I wasn't born yesterday. Aeneas the Tactician wrote a siegecraft manual for military commanders some 300 years ago, recommending the poisoning or pollution of... And I'm beginning to wonder if the culprit we're looking for might, after all this, be you. Perhaps it was a mistake. I'm glad to hear that. Now, was there something else? Thank you.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Oh, look, you're back. Oh. What? You should go.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders. All right?
Citizen.
Friend, you have given me hope. May
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Isn't this temple imposing? Salve, Fred. Welcome. That's good. If you're well, I still.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? What? I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. Please just think this through.
I'm sorry, but I just...
Please, help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to... Thank you.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime? You're not going to trick me. Like what? I'm stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis for the rest of my life. What do I have to live for? You're just saying that to buy time. You must think I'm an idiot. I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb. That was not your fault. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. And I'd best pray for poor...
If you're trying to make it easier... Let me guess. Don't you think I know that? And it's not selfish to demand someone keeps suffering like I am. I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that. I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb. And
Thank you. Thank you. I am deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored. Thank you.
I'm not This is outrageous.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkers?
Are they? Of course. What? Well, if you stopped one person from breaking it and you're still here, then there must be someone else about to break it still. Allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual to Proserpina, the instructions came with a warning about paradoxes. The crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the course of history in such a way that your very being here is impossible, you will have to illustrate. When the golden rule is broken, I will open the doorway that will bring you here to prevent it from being broken. If you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then I will have no reason to open the doorway, and you will never have come here. The same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If I can't summon you, if either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand you would be flung back to your original time, having changed the course of history. So the fact that you are still here means someone is going to break the Golden Rule, and there is yet work to do. Excellent. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. I think... I'm glad to hear that. Now, was there something else? Of course. What? Yeah. Why do you say that? You suspect. I confess, I don't have a lot of sympathy for Ulpius, but you're going to need a lot more than suspicion to get to the bottom of it. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere... Tell me, what breed... Ah, Kabash. I know this man. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for me. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Wonderful. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more... Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize. But under the Golden Rule, morality... So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between... So... How can that be? Since they all have differences, it follows that in some cases they would offer different conclusions about what is right and wrong. If there is a correct moral code, then wouldn't it follow that only one can be the correct? Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply... So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, I agree, but why? I see. So you get to decide right from wrong, but people who see things differently are not allowed. Empathy, the emotion? Let me ask you this. Imagine you were forced to choose between the death of your beloved spouse and knowing there will be no legal consequences. Of course, our empathy, like a siren song calling us away from our true path, can such a beguiling thing be a reliable cornerstone? My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about... If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force. So this and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your... You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the... I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night I found myself in a tavern. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the... I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still. They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that, my people called him Hades. My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again. Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. Like so many things in life, I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us, some from malnutrition, others. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once in... When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own. Built over everything that could be. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpine, and the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here. I'm getting to that. You see, it was among these old Greek relics that I found the thing. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later, when the first of my... As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. I assure you it is not. Although it will be, take this key. Ha! If I did. Did we not discuss it? I enjoyed.
Stop! Do not... I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors. To what? That is welcome news. I was planning to return it myself, but here, take it. Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not, because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you? It has a name, and that is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle... I am glad to hear it, which brings me to... It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more. You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name. You are too late. It is done. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness. If it will help you to see reason. I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many on my 7th trip. A passenger demanded I wait for his brother, but we were full to almost sink. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kerti, and at the time, it did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kerti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the... This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people. If our ways are to be remembered, it falls to me. I think if someone is to break the golden rule, it will not be me. For I try to do to the doer to. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods. I do not know what could possibly lie beneath the underworld. Perhaps it is infinite darkness. All I know is it would be unwise to venture down there. Is everyone so good? Wait. You would plunge into the... When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was a promise. You will. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will. Why should I let you live after you salvage? Why? To what end? But why? What business could you have with Osiris? Blasphemous fool! You have sealed your... Ha, good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh!
Poor guy. Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. I'll go.
Ah, you're here. And, I hope I'm not being too... You're not like any Roman man I've ever seen. Ugh, coming on a bit strong, don't you think? I take back what I said. So, let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen. You know, normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking.
Tantalus cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp
Straight to business, huh? As a matter of fact, I do know. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is So, how badly do you want it? Well, I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for your... I think of it this way. I have something of value, and I'm willing to share. Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go, Jack. If I took your money without giving you what I promised, I'd be breaking the goal. And now from... This is hemlock. Drink this and your life will be over in no time. Because the only way... Congratulations. Sorry. And break the golden rule. I offered to sell you away, and I should... Oh, I think it...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh, come on.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at, the
Did you know I was headed in there?
Hello?
My bakery. Thank you, Galerius.
My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in... I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think... Yes, but they said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Then they... Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. What does it say? My treasure! My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said, if anything ever happened to him, he gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe. And all I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the height, now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And Ek. Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't. Galerius already tried that. He said, like, Galerius, he's nice. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high. Bye-bye.
How'd you do? How'd you do?
Citizen. No idea. Sentius. Military man. No. No. No idea what... What? That was Galerius. Oh. I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right again. Oh, and here. You'll need this key. You didn't get that from me. See you around.
Shiny.
That lamp! Never have I seen it. My friend. And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am Greek. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for... At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world, but my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky finger drop. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Douli. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter. I hope that our path...
Hello? Hello? Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? But if I gave it to... well... Galerius already tried that. He said the magic... like... My friend Hannibal used to be now. My friend people now. My friend people now. My friend people now. Bye bye. Look. Galerius. What about the rule? Like, if you Hannibal. Bye bye.
Hello. And in my name thing. I
Hello? Bye bye. Do you love... But... Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen. Like... I don't think he liked... Yeah. Bye bye.
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Oh, P.S., what are you doing?
That's the...
What?
Why do you...
I know. Please, please just...
I'm sorry.
Please, help him. Thank you.
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact, and she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that. No. No. Time's up. I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Oh, Pierce, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is That was not your fault. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. And I'd best...
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored. And now, I make this solemn promise. I hereby announce a day of, well, that was, well. My name is Marcus. I like. That's quite a... You've...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Today is a sad day.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
We're fine. See, thank you. You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a Perhaps you're not aware he was caught. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that it was not so long ago, during the Republic. The law of the 12 tables would have required that here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and a privilege that would be taken away from all of us were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people. Of course. What? Yeah. Why do you say it? Despicable. But did it break the golden rule? Then it seems that gods are not it looks like you'll have to continue. Of course. Yeah. Why do you say? When you say he asked for help, you're not thinking of helping him, are you? Good. But still, he's been trying to enlist help with this for months. Even if you don't help, thank you for bringing this to my attention. Ah, I see. It looks like you'll have to continue your... Of course. Why do you say... So I'm told. This is truly... Thank you for bringing this... Well, as magistrate, I hereby declare him... I don't believe so, no. It's not a crime to carry out the law. So now you're an expert on Roman law, are you? Listen to me. We are cut off from the Empire. If ever there was a time to dispense with legal procedure, it would be now. Think of it as an act of preemptive self-defense. Then perhaps you would prefer the feeling of being responsible for the deaths of... Now is not the time for cowardice in the... Anyway you can. I would think that bow you're carrying should suffice. It looks like you'll have to continue. Of course. Yeah. Why do you say... Well then, you'd better make sure she doesn't lose another patient, hadn't you? Whatever it takes, do it. It looks like you'll have to continue your... Yeah. Why... You seem to be grasping at straws here. I can assure... It looks like you'll have to continue. Of course. Yeah. Why do you... Why? Because he prefers the company of men? Ridiculous. I simply cannot believe that his innate preferences would break the goal. It looks like you'll have to continue. Of course. Yeah. Why do you suspect? It looks like you'll have to continue your... Thank you. I'll be waiting here for new...
Oi! How did you get in there?
Keep an eye
That's
out for
quite an
Scintilla, would you?
impressive bow. Oh my. That is quite a lot to take in. Let's see. If that is indeed the case, we don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. So it seems you have 2 options. To confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. May fortune. Keeping an eye on things, Horatius?
As always.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Welcome, welcome. Oh, that's a relief. Huh. I enjoyed our chat. You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Contrary little cap at murder, aren't you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me, said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground, and hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. A creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating. What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there. Well,
You? Who are you? Did he send you? Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Scintilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want him. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from... The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. Oh, thank you. Now follow... Wait. Did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were supposed to, you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one door to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rule. He was a moralistic fellow, never once. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life. Just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. Not many, but don't worry. I'm sure there'll be another useful idiot who comes along. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tab. Better to end it all now than find out. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all. Over and over. I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely. To cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bird? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fray. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city, freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared. What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago? I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going... This is disturbing. Yeah. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why... I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor... Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find... I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into it. You go on.
You're back! But... you're alone. Oh, what a relief. Why don't you tell me what you discovered? Really? Sounds amazing. Ow! It's so good to see you.
Kinda lost track of time in there. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of my new friend here. I know how crazy that...
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you...
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read. Here.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. You two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest?
Sounds good to...
And you?
I don't know. But the only... I'm done. There... What? It's no use. You're making...
I hope you have a good... you've returned... Me? You know... Al... Come now. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you're a little bit... And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're a... I mean, for... And yet because... So... What? And... You and your pathetic morality. Understand that, to me, you've never been... We both know you're not that, but believe me when I tell you. Now, get out of my
So you survived the system. Probably just a struggle for tuna. Don't get cocky.
You're not supposed to talk. An intrigue. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you. You know, I may have the... Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some... I let it go, eventually, and yet... questions have lingered in the back of my... But... wait a minute. To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to... You must think me quite mad. I've heard... Demetrius!
So you survived the system. Probably just a stroke of fortuna. Don't get cocky.
Don't be so foolish. If I die, you see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of everyone here. Now, get out of...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
A man lives badly who does not know how to die well.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Well, here I am. Funny, I was just reading it described and murder. It said apparently as the citizens screamed and died. I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God, why does this writing? I've spent so you're to let me, I can't see how I could possibly find, seems like we're both gonna die.
A mistake? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people. It's only a matter of time before we join them.
I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius, the many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Citizen. Me? But he and I could and I.
Now, addressing ones, but... Oh, Aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would seethe with impotent rage if he overheard you say, it seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to... I want you to bring me some wine. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your... Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom. After all I've done for him, counseling him, he said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to... I am... so... Thank you. Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quink... What? He's... Oh no. That's... Give me that immediately. What? No. You tricked... It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately... This is outrageous.
Did you just... that... I suppose that makes you... so... Oh, so much work and money. Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me. There. You got what you wanted. Now... and withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I just had a change of heart.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all.
Citizen?
Hello? Hello. You... Like... I don't...
How'd you do?
What?
Arve.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen? You're a bit like Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in. Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend. Well, it's a long one. I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. But by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but more raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that sword, but there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Rome. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. Never seen anything like it. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest, the next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hand, until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. But don't you worry, Nemesis is forget I said that. Thanks, friend. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, but Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it, but from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. He did? Oh, that was unexpected. I wonder what... I'll let Equitia know. All right, friend. Salve!
How'd you do?
Fortune smile on you, brother.
Hello. Do you love...
Citizen.
Citizen.
So, and I'm in the running for magistrate. Feeling kind of nervous, but I'm hoping it'll all be worth it when I order Dooley's release. Now, what's an... All right, friend.
Galerius. Sorted out my room. Fine. See.
What she... What? Quick, Yulia. Hopefully in a moment she should be... That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing? That was like the gods. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you... That's...
Greetings and salutations. Hey.
Salve.
That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollos.
In all your joints, then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted, but it's the truth. I'll leave him alone from now on. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti.
You look well, my Sartorian friend.
Sometimes I stare at... What? What demon? You went snooping in his place? Have you spoken? Really? Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a... Really? That's promising. Well, Cynthia seems to know what... My vote isn't... Nice to...
Citizen Valerius.
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban.
Not that it's any of your... All right?
Whatever are you wearing?
Citizen?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Greetings and salutations.
What, Yulia? Hope for that. And in the... That's a shame. Thanks.
No idea.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus.
That's...
What?
Why do you...
I...
I'm sorry.
Please, help.
You... Well, you don't understand. It's too... If I back down... Oh, really? That changes things, but we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of... Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you, then. You'd do that for us? A couple of complete strangers? It seems to... Thank you, friend. Thank you. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but... I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're
Just
free.
like
Apollo and Diana.
Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
The newcomer arranged it somehow.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Oh, it's you. Was there something you want? You mean my life story? Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't, It was a good life for a while. Until we must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless, and my employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the tide. I remember diving into the river, and then... I tried to... I can tell you. Look, if you don't have time... All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on... So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. She was supposed to be my friend. I told... So she suggested I take out a loan from Mali. I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called... You figured it out. Drink this, she said. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, in fact, he just thanked her. And that's what I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said I thought about resisting too. He locked me in his villa, confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating... His wife, Claudia, was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile... I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours. Those two took everything from me. My hem... I just wanted it to be over. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous... Well, it seems the gods have decided I've suffered long enough. Because not long ago, Ulpius told me I've been freed from... So I suppose I'm just going to rest. Our priestess Equitia won, but if that's the case, then whichever god is... I mean, All it really does is make... I've seen Malleolus, Claudia, and Domitius. They've never physically hurt anyone. They've got people running scared. I doubt it. I mean, the election is today. No. I did hear from Ulp, but I'd been locked in Malleolus's villa. Or...
Fortune smile on you, brother. I saw you slide down, and strange too, since that device you used is there I was. Anyway, I'm so... Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only do you think you could use the device again? I don't... All right.
You mean where am I from? But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family. Romanized my name. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos. It's strange though. A lot of... I don't. Well, neither of... You remind me of an old story from my people about Hillel. Obliging, he replied, "What is hateful to you, do not do to another." That is the whole Torah. The rest is common. Of course. What I want to know is, what kind of a god sees a young woman abducted? Thanks. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what... All right.
Don't you just love springtime? Really? This is going to make her... What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met. But on the other hand, I can't shake... You mean, aside from her... You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the gods, and even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. But at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful. I feel... I don't know what to do. Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. What I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel, find out how she feels, without... What do you say? Do you think you could... Thank you. Come back as quick as you can.
A new face. Oh, how lovely. I see. So, it's from Galeria? Of course I do. That man is a wonderful human being, but he is the least subtle, secreted... Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. Suspending that rope above the lake, he'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So, if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind then... I hope so. See...
Fortune smile on you, brother. Now, thanks. Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard, and I wish there was something I could do to... All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins. In the rock tunnel, near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, unfortunately one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not game to move it. If you can figure... I've bounced the idea, but from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nope, and maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. And how... You overheard him say that? Oh, well... In that case, we need to find a way to make sure if you can do that. And Sentius is the... All right.
Ave.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and...
Talk. Fine. This is outrageous. Why are you...
Domitius. My name is Marcus. You and I love. I.
My marital affair. Finally! Get out before I have Domitius throw you out.
Why? So. Oh. Fine. I like that.
Salve. Ah, it's you now. All.
Sentius, I suppose. Galerius, the farmer. Sentius. All right, friend.
Wonder how much one of these How? Sentius, yeah? And what's he gonna... Certainly. Pleasure doing business. Very well.
Not that it's any of your business. All right?
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as it'll be between Sentia. Why do you... All of the males sit... That's just... There are... I can't allow the... But if it... By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course. Certainly. It'll be... Why do you... As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself, but in this case, I can't allow the perception that I'm being... But if it's any consolation, that by using whatever gifts the gods gave you, nothing untoward. Certainly. It must be... It'll be... Why do... Very well. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Election starting.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here. To elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Pelver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Sentius.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Virgil.
Sentius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Sextus Sentius Imperiosus.
My fellow citizens, you've placed your trust in me once again, and you won't regret it. I vow that each day henceforth will be just like this one, and I will deliver.
You and your rival, whatever your name is, you're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody likes Caput Murdae foreigners interfering in an election.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Malleolus is gonna be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is, a children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Domitius doesn't use...
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Stop. Thank.
That's...
Salve. Ow. Click. Back.
And oh, you're funny. And he'll be... All right.
Well, my vote is nice.
Are
On your best behavior, I trust? All
That's
weapons
quite
are
an
to be
impressive
tossed into
bow
the
you
chasm. Magistrate's office.
Galerius, the farmer? All right.
Hello? You... But...
What business? No. Fine, but no.
It might. What?
Citizens, it is time. Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Sendius.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Virgil.
Sentius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. But it seems we have a draw. In the absence of a clear consensus, Sentius shall continue as acting magistrate until a new election is held. 1 month.
Ah, a fellow. My friend, your work. Sendius, I. Nothing. I hope.
On your best behavior, I trust.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Yulia? Poor Virgil. All right, let me see. What? Oh.
Oh!
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind. Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
I was just doing what the new guy told me.
I don't understand. How did... Never mind. Thank you so much for acting as quickly as you did. Another moment more and we would have lost her.
Can't stay. Places to be. Salve, Ruffius. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief.
Not a good time, friend.
idea what you're... It's... See you around.
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded?
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
Citizen.
Good news, Ulpius. Malleolus has agreed to release you and Julia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Julia immediately.
Citizen.
Julia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
Galerius arranged it somehow.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back. And we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Welcome.
Don't believe a word they tell you. Shalom. All right.
Citizen. Sentius. Fine. Senti. No.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius, that's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and how is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know? Oh, come on. I just... Oh, now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as... Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted.
Citizen Galerius.
A golden bow. Oh, just like a shiny.
Sorry.
It'll be what? As I said.
We have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helva.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? You can... And maybe my friend Hannibal used to look after me, but... What was in there? Was it gold and pearl? I'm confused. Oh,
look, maybe it is treasure. I can see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it anymore. Maybe no one will mind if I just take it.
Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Turn this fool to gold. You will suffer eternal torment for this. You will suffer eternal torment.
What?
A fellow traveler from a faraway land.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will. My story is many thousands of years long. It is a matter of perspective. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful. But despite all that, there are rules even I. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand it. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow. No. Long ago, I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your... This is my... Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpine to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by Kumu-Tabal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamy. You will talk more later. For now, as you... It has come to be known simply as the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer. I had them build a city in their own. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistake. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years. You see, long ago, my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpine saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpine could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, and of course, my beloved Proserpina. To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects would... To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no... As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the ferrymen. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Only 2 remain. And so after this wave, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, a warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained... Of course. That is merely the name your people have given. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife. prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold. And when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman she checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rock. But I was watching. And I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a... But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, the silent golden sentinels. I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand. And so you ask, if I am the one destroying your life, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the meat. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics, which I inherited. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, with a rope. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by the Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others. Even the so-called cultists, it is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Enough. You clearly know nothing. I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Then what an... Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations? The merchant. How is that inconsistent with the rule? I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price. Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they... Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man. Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold. Then your desire to be right, you will make a... Do you really... How dare you threaten?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant.
Fabian, listen.
There's a troublemaker coming into the city.
Ah, and it's then perhaps the letter. Excellent. What? Well, that isn't. He told. Disturbing. And while I do not agree with you, good. Would you? I use so, but then you are an absolutist. I can leave this place. I'd rather not waste what little time I have left reasoning with. Salve.
I was just doing what the new guy told me.
I don't understand.
Allow me, Nergal to the Cimmerian. I would recognize that anywhere. You vile, despicable creature. Why would you do such a thing? You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium humiliated and alone. I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I have witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Proserpina was a fool to have ever believed in you at all. This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. Because despicable creatures like you, the best I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Enough, foul creature. This is not something Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow. Now, you had best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a... Well, here I am. Know who... Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after? I'm fairly certain. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived then. One day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, saving the life of a dying, foiling an assassinate, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and the doors just... Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving alone what became of him and the other people who lived here. And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds? Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this. You go on.
You're back! Oh, why don't you...
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do. That most people find comfort in familiarity. That you died, of course. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the... Usually, when people do not remember, most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know? As you wish. You made a purchase in a marketplace, and the change you received was, by mistake, a single silver coin of ancient origin. You were seen inspecting it, and soon after, you were set upon by two thieves. The shopkeeper who had given you the coin saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your... He died instantly at the scene. That man's name was Al. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called... It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with... Well, those stories... A long time ago, my master created a... My orders were simple. Whenever a person died... It means there is nobody else to ferry here. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never...
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't... And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a...
Sounds like quite a story. You two look exhausted.
Sounds good to...
And you?
Hey, you made it. After everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet. And I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you, I just really wanted you to see. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other...
You're finally here! Remember? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us, even gave us some coins to help us start our life. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation. I wanted to say thanks. Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I know! I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. Of course.
Oh, hello.
You're here. So, you're the hero who's... I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life... Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa. We're just so thankful. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact...
Hello. Galerius said you're very nice. I live at Galerius and... Treasure? Yeah, they're fun. Bye-bye.
Hi there.
You're... Oh, of course, sorry. And of course... Oh, I bet I'm living in a house share in London with my wonder. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire and you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so... I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown after the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me. I can't help feeling a sense of... What's that? Thank you. Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life, even in your time life. Apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place. Nigeria? Well, you are the Oracle. Huh. You... I hope so.
You are here. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blame. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and was... Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drop. I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world. You too.
Hey.
Hi there, I'm Horatio. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life. I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking, and the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters. He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of underground supposed appeal to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good... But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You know what they say. You're not wrong. And you. Farewell.
I take it you're the Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentia. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern, but he's been dealt with. He's... Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Bob. He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell. Eternal torment. Just what he deserved. Meh, I try not... You too.
Hello.
Greetings. You must be the legend. I am told we have you to thank for... I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last two... Perhaps one day
Once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in I hope you will join me there and regale me with... You too.
You're the one with... I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I'm just so happy to be here with... Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver carol. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while... Thank you.
And here you are. Oh, and by the way, I go by Philip now. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the Not that I need the money, but I do love it. Aha! You remember that? I have to admit, I have been profoundly impressed by the advances humans have made these past. The sum total of human knowledge available at our fingertips. Your contemporaries have come further toward utopia than I ever thought possible. I hope so. My sincere...
Some soiree, innit? Oh, hello. Listen, whatever you did in that temple made me such a acerbic wit. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice. You being the oracle and few... I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer. Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I... Of course, don't let me keep you.
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than... But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a... After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest... And... Wonderful.
Good evening. Greetings. Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the... I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while. At least... Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled. And you...
It is an honor to... You... Oh, of course. You are an oracle. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, thank you. Thank you.
Hello there. Oh, I go by
Hi.
Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of... Thank.
It's nice to finally put a face. I understand I have you to thank for the way you just showed up out of the blue. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. Every day I look at her, and this extraordinary news. So we're living each day to the fullest, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine. And you too.
Nice to meet you. I go by Rufus now. For what you did, sorry, I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very... haven't decided what I'm going to do with... You too.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I wanted to thank you personally for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, I'm studying to be an architect again and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated... You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too, as Rufus said, if you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around.
There you are. Now, there's one more person I want...
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for... Allow me to introduce... I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say, I was able to control their tongues, and whisper to you when he was... I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being... I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and... After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this so I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day. And as a veteran soldier, he quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by... Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him. And there was little I could do but wait for someone like... We were all fortunate you came along. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him. And Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised. And you. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those gold? Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld in return, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.